Okay. While ads are playing, I'm gonna check out the other. Other nonsense. Link. I'm feeling like doing, you know, an announcement. It's Jimmy Reed, so it should a bit better. Where is it? I love the menu music for Limbus. I think it's very comfy. Where is self promos? Where is it? There it is. Oh. Wrong. Ocean. Sent out. Wait, no, one more. Can't forget about it. Right, it adds over. Stream room now. Oh. Don't know how to do. But. New event. What are rewards? This is our okay, so this is our welfare unit for the event. We got all these goodies. I don't know what team I want to use exactly for this. So I'll go with this team because it's the turret thing, and it's fun to make people suffer. Or I'll do a middle team, but then that feels like it would be way too easy to sabotage. New story, Mnestic Experience. We're going to Incorp. Finally, it's been so long. You know damn well that if we saw health and we would stop whatever the fuck we were doing, look up at it. Yes. Yes. Time to see how awful Incorp is in person. It already looks bad. Oh right, event bonus units. Alright, I don't have any. It's Blade Lineage, and I don't have any Blade Lineage units leveled at all. I forgot we even had Blade Lineage, Otis. My Blade Lineage demons. Helicopters are cool. They're also loud. God. Like, I think the only Blade Lineage character I have leveled at all is Dawn. You can see when I stopped leveling her. One of favorite expression. One of my favorite Dawn expression. I can name different things. If I asked, are you just want to say Sherman? I'm just that I should have set the bar higher. Because there's so many different versions of the Sherman. They put fucking everything on that thing. I mean, let's try to build a team where I can get that Blade Lineage bonus. AK, we have to build a team with the handicap. I want those goods. So we just knock out 3 of our sinners for me playing. How about we go with the gun gang there. It would be fun. It would be fun. I could just make a really messed up team. That could be an option. That could be an option. I mean, I'm just falling into my fucking ego gear fucking team. Fuck it. I liked Ego Gear King, alright? They're fun. I think you have a good support skill. If we were doing more bleed. We do have a little bit of bleed, actually. You know what? He can be on the team. Yeah, this is fun. You know, let's maximize those gains, and you know, this will be the team. A little bit of bleed and sinking, basically, and burn. We won't talk about the burn. Or we forget this is a funny option. See how many is that deployed? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is fine. Is it a good team? No. Is it a funny team? Kinda. M4 Sherman. M4A4 Sherman Firefly. Easy 8, Jumbo 105, and a Collide. Yep. Yeah. Consultation session. Enter. No, wait for this one. We should know about it like... He? No, he cuffs been in the Vanguard for too long. I should put him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry, did you say something? Here comes 10 Soviet tanks. Is it 10 T-34s or 10 KVs? Now that's the real question. Oh, sorry, did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no obvious response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. He's doing a consultation while the others are fighting like in the mirror dungeon. On top of that, Raj's shopping chatter starting to get a little distracting. Wait, do I have the... I'll check it later. Well, shopping chatter starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered Incorp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of Incorp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin, or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that. I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yi Sing, and Merceau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Greater, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from the other directions. With our onboard stock dropped down to the bottom, Raji and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. T-18, T-26, BT-7, T-34, KB-1, KB-1 ZIS-5, KB-2, KB-2 ZIS-6, IS-1, IS-2. Do you play... Are you by chance an energetic War Thunder or World of Tanks player? Done with their share. We'll put in charge of buying supplies for bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice of handling the new golden bow power I'd acquire. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. Oh, and German tanks, let's bugging up. To reiterate, Panzer 1, Panzer 2, Panzer 2, Doc, Panzer 3, Panzer 4, Tiger, Tiger 2, King Tiger, Panther 2, and King Tiger might be the same thing. I might just be mixing up names. Stug, Sta, Rombar. To reiterate, there are no issues regarding special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this is not the first time Faust has seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments where she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Would it be, you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remains occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right. You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may be that she can't? I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she sidesteps the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Hello, 180 no stopper, how are you? 180. Panzer 1, Panzer 2, Panzer 3, Panzer 4, Tiger 1, Panzer D, Panther A, Tiger 2, Panzer 30, Jag Panzer. Hello, how are you? Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? I can't wait for the Faust depression, Tonto. Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that the memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Rin currently remain only with you, Dante. Head French takes baby, the stinky nation, the Frenchies and the Trenchies. I haven't heard that one before. I'm glad you're doing well, 180. My dog got peeled today. AKA my mom decided to get her shaved and for the summer, and now she was a very fluffy dog before, I'll say that. Now she is very she looks like she's been peeled. Feels weird to pet her now. They're cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Bald, yeah. I could probably get I posted a picture of what she looks like on the Discord, and they peeled her. They didn't completely shave her tail, but God, they she looks kind of fucked up. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left of intact memories, huh? That's right, despite K-Court's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Ariasuke severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. I want my old memories come back though. Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memory. Brother, you lost your brain. I don't think you got nothing in there. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving, feed, and increasing in body mass alone would provide no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments, the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have to accumulate at the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission. Renault FTO, Saint Chamon Schneider, GA1, Charlie 2, Charlie 1, small, S35, FCN 36, AMX 13, AMX 30, Esreco. I'm surprised you didn't mention the Abyss. I was expecting that one. You have surprised me. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories in my head, also. Indeed, at the end of the road, you'll be able to engrave your aspect. This shit has not been mentioned since fucking the prologue of this fucking game. We have not mentioned the aspect since the fucking prologue. We don't get some elaboration? 10 British tanks, 10 British. The aspect. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong as it is, does not change the fact it's just another word with no distinguishable mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much? If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Hey, no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat, even without my direct supervision, and Raja's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every center status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You'd be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continued talking with Faust, I made sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Hiko to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries, his team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Raja, wait, she just stuffed all of the pastries and bread she brought into her pockets? How'd she manage that with a huge baguette? Where'd she put it? Where'd she put the baguette? I know this is group, let's see, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. Mark 1, Mark 4, Vickers. Vickers medium. Mark 2, Matilda. Matilda 2. Valentine, Crusader, Churchill, Cromwell, Comet, and Centurion. I like the British names for their lovely LCD. And that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with him. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather preceptious, Dante. If the incident is of serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Fucking 10 Italian tanks! Vengeance. Italia. Rendezvous. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Tied up helping the other group. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. No. This is going from bad to worse. Really, Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all of a sudden? Arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to be? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it! So scatter! Crash. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it, even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Apparently, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make a boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet would thou suddenly wave aside art about, clinching and unclinching their hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that all of the personnel in the team, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals? I don't even think Dante would know those signals. Yep, we might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Fiat 3000, L333, L335, M1139, M1340, M1441, E2640, Somavente, 7618, OF 40, and C1 Aratai. Arati? I don't have it. I need to work on pronunciations. Somavente. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let's appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instructions. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Pretty cool, let's face it. I know how to make one heck of an entrance. 10 Japanese tanks. I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Are you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? No? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys are taking forever, so I'd figure I'd take a peek and lend in. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floors form in shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep to be likened to the incipice of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all the after teams. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside the building. Great. Can you check on the distortion Pete's faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Hates my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire, this one appeareth to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. In this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie, you know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How is this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Did nobody brief you? This has been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of our task for which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo Headed Kim here, Kim's also here, so... he's okay now? Sure is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. The last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Andu say that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That. You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright, the midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm trickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. And what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I have yet to customize his machine. This is my first time laying hands upon a commentator working in such a contraption. Its activation in its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. My mentor, Lady Moses, has instructed me that in every moment an event clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and it only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say Tor? I've not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I apprenticed. Really had to dress it up like that. Told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Ha! Gotcha! The bright ass fucking stage light. Who's that guy in the fucking chair? Oh. Type 89. I go. Type 92. Heavy. Armored car type 95. I'll go type 97. Chiha type 93. Kenoto Chiha type 1. Chihi type 3. Chinu type 4. Chito type 5. Chiri and type 10. I see. Like, I just realized she has she has like normal clothes on. She looks weird. She looks like she's doing the high school. I'm gonna be real. I just noticed. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Headed Kim. Yep, that's me. I guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. Wait, yeah, it's you? What about the other guy? If that's you, you just hang it up. Just a normal dude still at work, just where Zyla is ultra stinky. How dare you do this to me? That was my exact reaction. It's just a normal dude. He's just a dude. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo-Headed Kim I remembered was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, has been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Headed Kim? Yep, we double checked with Ezra and she said he really is the same guy. Oh my god! Whoa, that fire in your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. Can we check this again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the solid, serious man who we fought. Just look what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some mantelpiece ornament. They fucking rug pulled us. Fucking. Now he's feeling up Dante. The whore. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? At least he is hot. Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is incisively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Headed Kim. Man, they've been building this guy up for so fucking long. I got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Undo? This is what exactly I've been telling people out there about me. They're staring like they've seen a ghost. She got a whole new look. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, O Mentor. But they don't look like they heard the most flattering things about me. New and cool arms, yeah. There, don't you hear the faint undertone of disappointment in the ticking? You kidding? I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Hangdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Engdu glazed him so fucking hard. Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you. Are you not? Is he just fucking shy? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. Oh, type 59, type 62, type 63, type 69, nice, type 79, type 80, type 85, type 8. They had a lot of types. Type 96, type 98. Oh my god. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks in any case. Oh, you can't see anything if I block this part. Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. He's pissing off Dante. Your own folks, huh? Then you've already acknowledged that you now belong to the Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass, cleareth the storm of the heart. And as said, the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during the Operation Spiderfire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. Yeah, where were you, buddy? I thought you were going to show up. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped preening into my face and turned towards Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnection in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about that hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? He's lazy! The real disconnect was between his tongue expression, the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job with a frown too, I might add, only when he's done absolutely no choice. I'm not really some big shot on dude's apparently been promoting me as folks. Mama didn't raise a quitter, she raised a complainer. I'll do the job, but I'll complain about it the whole time. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind, they probably force you to stay. You catch on quick. First they sprout this nonsense about distortions and all that, and then hire me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's his name? Golden Bow? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. You mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, my request for a pair of sunglasses. I'm in there, only if it's not too much of a position on the budget, eh? They're all Pepote Soviet tanks. I see. Oh God. He's trying to glaze her and she does it. It joined right over her fucking head. Oh brother. Just look at, I love his shocked expression. That's so fucking funny. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank. Well, you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No. No, wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants in the maze of stalls to locate the very best items. I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. I apologize for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner did Engdu's words lift her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Oh my god. Yeah. So that day, I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's been a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kin's gaze lingered on Ondu's prosthetic arms as he answered. I'm missing your arms. Only after following Kin's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ondu's brand new prosthetic. Yeah, your racism vision. Not racism, your ableism vision, Sinclair, you're holding back. Last time we saw her, Ondu had lost both her arms, and I remembered Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host and one of the LCD teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ondu had held her dark metallic wrist as if to showcase them. The components alongside her arms clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Such graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation, 'tis as though I'm beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. We haven't heard him in a while. Yep, that showcase had gone lackluster about the trademark reaction. These are strikingly similar to Schwarz Industries' N7 lineup. I thought the model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's phenomenal deciphering team, and they put her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology sprung from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next, catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. But, sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this is that same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have spurred a painful memory within you. For that I apologize. It's alright, I'm fine now. Slayer's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could have ever hoped to see in this life. Even though walking through the workshop street that day. Please, Earl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted talking to Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. Is he sloth swatting in a fucking corner? He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyways, what's this place supposed to be? Where are all these things? This looks like a fucking photo studio. It's basically a wreck now, man. The strobes and the cloth backdrop there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio. Yep. You got the lights. Bounce. 3-point lighting. That's a fucked up looking light, but that's fine. I mean, that works. Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. No. Probably this thing definitely looks like a camera at least. The layer picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. I suppose this is a battery, maybe? Oh, there's some kind of strip inside. It's a film. It's film. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. Yeah, it's film. But Marisol's hand shot out before she could even finish clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. If it's unprocessed, he would flash it in room. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled out a little bit, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Okay, you mean this one, right? This is the part. Yep, it went back in. Yep, unprocessed film. Look quite an odd. Merceau took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. I have some film. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. Appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. It seems I've handed... it might be a photo camera if it's small. The smaller cylindrical ones are more for photo cameras. Yes. Yes. Marisol's answer came without any further explanation. The way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. Fuck, don't make me relate to Marisol. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by Incorp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly on the medium from what I've heard. Yeah, that's how film camera. That's how film works. But I don't. Well, the city doesn't really seem like the kind of. Why would they still use film? There would have to be a specific. Because surely they have the tech to use digital cameras. Why film? What makes the Incorp ones difficult to falsify? Is it because they're made of film? And a particular expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of the war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions. Where should we begin? And then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we were both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailing perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving elimination? Yeah, wait. Right, haven't we cleaned up the distortions already? I couldn't feel any more traces of a distortions nearby, and it seemed like any of the other Sinners teams were anywhere or actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Altair is asking whether distortion restriction has not in fact already been concluded. Not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration. Though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing, I need to read Distortion Detective. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more specialized polysemy, referring to the point at which distortions occur, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use the term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but you'll never find the root cause. The distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens a door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean the Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but carrying it is another thing. You guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient's ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Barely, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we want to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, Pete tried to brute force approaches to it first. When things go south, they send requests to the company, or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been bingo. Apparently, the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission in all kinds of agencies like the ZWI and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the street. Exactly. Did you get the ego? I did not get the ego. I haven't rolled yet. I haven't rolled. I'm waiting for Wall Pee-Pee. It's just around the corner. I have plenty to shard with. And exactly, that's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra stared down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ashtray suits and the logo and the collar of the uniforms and briefcases. Hey, isn't that Incorp's logo? Come to think of it, the mayor's so... I was once employed by it. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at Incorp. He can offer us some insight. This intervallo is the, hey, remember these important plot details for the next canto. We're jogging your memory. Do you know who these guys are, Marcel? Yes, manager. These are Incorp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service de Clue. Mersault recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, Pinframe team. Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of Intorp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include handling of Intorp internal information, analysis of Intorp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of Intorp's internal information, and intersector. That'd be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. Think he'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our teen's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's encyclopedia. Anyways, your encyclopedias are right. They're from Intorp's Pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in Intorp's nest. Why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" went pulling the answer from me, you know. Because aside from Tomet's situation, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Mersault. Maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, and that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Mersault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, "There is no such thing as an objective of view." He's mad! Dante, you made Mersault mad? Manager? A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on a rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction had caught me off guard. I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he'd always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this had something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad," as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of Intorp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the back streets collaborating with Intorp's nest, or identification and arrest of an unwanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people to be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are Intorp staff. I'm missing too. What are you looking for in their pockets? Looking through their belongings were enlightening clues, yet be hidden in the sleeves or folds of the garment. Lady Moses has always been gifted with the art of discerning truthful lies before, but with a single glance, and yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me look too. This is an employee card. Okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an Intorp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details: elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address: Butter Street. This is the place? Which means all of this might be pointing to something whoever used the work in the studio, and distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it. When that whole pop and change thing happened, it did feel kind of like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by coming through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last has an hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back at T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Raja Ryoshu and Hong Lu back then. Is she putting them on? Verily, I had foreseen that this day would come. Oh no. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigans. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventure stuff the Don. No! Damn it, Otis! We almost got to see Detective Don Quixote. Yo! Rat. Okay, we should get moving too. Ah, yes, the happy family. I didn't notice how his fingers were kind of fucked up before. Misconceptions. Ooh, we got a fight. Okay, this is our team. Well, we're not gonna have them. Alright, we can keep the B. I'm sure the gang can handle it. What's your uptie? You're kind of cheap, the uptie. Do I level? Do I truly level? Let's see. I'm sure this team would be fine.
가시죠. 이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
Oh, I have to deploy. Okay. No getting the extra little point doodads for the event, eh? Not in this fight. Alright. Pick you. I guess. We don't really have burn, so we'll just go with. Or you, because it'll be funny.
가시죠. 이번엔 어떤 실험? 맡겨두시게.
부름이라면 이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
We spent a long time rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There are a lot of photos around. Almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film rolls and later picked up, there are no remaining items here that count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. Find that the rest are empty plastic containers. Well, then you'll have to take them to get processed. It's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Manager. I'll find a way to develop the film. I'm so sick of myself today. Too much, not too busy. Not had a busy day in Lob. Do you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before I see what's in that film roll. Too much negative thoughts? I know that feeling. I hope you're okay. I hope you'll be able to feel better soon. Do you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before I see what's in that. No. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Hondu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance, like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, you already passed the royal. Once swung, the sword does not retrace its art undo. It's with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Okay. What was the S-Torp? Can't remember. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? Just Jesus, they really gave her they really shaded her. Stop. I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ongdu. I only meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware you have told me as much long ago. Whenever you are placed in a position to retrace the past, mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before a house by your own erring hands. There are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Ow, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it's still an ache every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. I have this kind of feeling in my belly that makes me want to vomit. Oh yeah. My only thing. Alright. Whipping out the Dermot, I see. Go on, entertainer, entertain me. Alright. I'll read in the Dermot voice. Is that so? Heyo, Dermot the Frog. I gotta lower my cheeks down because if they're too high up it gets harder. Kermit the Frog here. Hangdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflict you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. You should make that redeem 5 minutes, not 1. Maybe I will. Skibbity, oh my. Not reading that out loud. I can't. I will crack in the Dermot voice if I have to read the Skibbity Toilet song in the Dermot voice. Kermit the Frog here. Yeah, I said Skibbity. Someone commented Skibbity on the YouTube side. My suffering is eternal. No, Kermit, not Skibbity. Kermit's power is unbecoming. Can I kill them? You may try. But they lie in another world. Dop, yes. Also, I functionally treat the Kermit Redeem as 2 minutes. Because it's like a baker's dozen. I make sure you're not, undercut, underpaid for your redeems. If I hear my sharp cutting words. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being hung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Ongdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dead dignity and forbearance Ongdu said he had? Kermit the Frog. Young Ongdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. I am surpassing realms against someone. Pray, speak freely. May perhaps be a discourteous entry, but, I too, when speaking to others whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an inacceptable degree, and yet I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, and even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted upon me. Truly? If fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness mentor's true self yourselves one day. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the current of the river to arrive at such a chance. Ongdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." What? I got distracted. I got lost in the Kermit thought. I think like the Kermit, act like the Kermit. Send 1,000 warriors through the Kermit fields. Forsooth thou hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. I can stop it. I did 5 minutes. Slam. Just as I witnessed just as I was witnessing the budding of this particular bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears the advanced party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the Incorp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden, pop! A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into the burst so intense and bright it made my head swim. Yeah, there's the same pop and but my vision blinded, and the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Get pranked, get flashbanged, idiot. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. What the fuck has happened? It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Ongdu? Though Estort may indeed be passing through hard times, this ally was not always so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to Estorp? No, Dante, though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude. This is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow, now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and collided in grotesque forms, and the sheen of light, even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of a distortion. Put some boobs in the Discord. Fine. I'll feed the fish. It's a very nice C-shaped one. That's Ishu Shifu? The Shifu. I'll feed you something. Where? I don't know, what would be your flavor? Yeah. That's some boobs. There you go. Keep them contained. This is the depth of the fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the Incorp employees were just a moment ago. Taking manager, that's exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. I don't like that. I don't like the photorealistic fucking I don't like that. Ooh. Oh, those are real. When Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us, dragging uneasy steps. Look at this photograph. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Ongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. Wait, where's the bamboo-headed dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he has no desire to cross blades with the choke on tons of Estor twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Whenever Tim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's see what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Commander, prepare for battle. What? Incapacitate. I don't like the photorealistic just images on there. That's fucking weird, man. Slap that on. You're fine. You're fine. Faust is fine. You're not fine. All right, motherfucker. You do that. Let's see. You do that. Yeah, this will be fun. Gamba, you lost. It was not supposed to be so. Gun him down. The power of the gun. You were supposed to lose that clash. I wonder if it is even possible to do an NV res with this fucking with these hoopers. I mean, it might be possible. You need another red. I mean, I'm not. Another green. Unfortunately, this is definitely a free bind, incapacitate. Are they different? They are different. They do have different faces. Faces! Quote unquote.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
조준이 필요 없지.
Maybe I should swap my lads around. See, now you're winning. Come on, where's middle? We need to get a Middle East. God, a Middle Eastern ID would be awful.
나비 교환.
Go there. Fuck it. She's winning all her clashes. Whatever. You want red card? Sure. Use a red card. Don't use it on mugging them. Use it on them. Middle Honglu. I mean, you know, it's. I could see it. I could see a middle Honglu. Wait, Ting Tang has showed us that, you know, there might be a Honglu that would join a gang. That would be funny. I want middle Radia. I just need to see. I need to see Radia with the arm, with the chest bands like fucking Don. All right, I need to see how far that'll go. That's what I want. We did delayed Valencina for middle Radia. I agree. Come on. I need big sister Radia because it'd be funny. I have decided to no longer agree. Damn it! He wasn't understand. We're done. We're done again. Her. We just had to be delayed by the Irish girl larping as an Asian girl again. I disagree with the no longer disagree. You see, there's a funny thing that Ishmael seems to get a lot of IDs for Asian women. It's funny. Alright. You want to use that, that's fine. How are you, buddy? Do your thing. You need more poise. You're holding back on us. Yeah, you don't really need shield. There's no way we're gonna get Invi res. They've heard our little donkey. It's also funny how she has an ability for both Kurikuma and Blade Lineage. That is funny. I would use a Blade Lineage team for this event, but I only have 3 of them. And they're not even good ones. Then again, Blade Lineage is a bit dated as a team. I don't even think I have enough thread for all of it. Okay, you're good. You should attack someone else. Faust, who are you? Do not need a bunch of people attacking like that. Do that. I refute this statement. The fact that I randomly lineage it worked perfectly. Alright. They're a functional team. They're just not a meta team, from what I understand. Then again, I don't know how the new IDs make it better. I know that if you want it to work good, you kind of need Mr. Bamboo-Headed Marisol over there. Come on, lose the clash. Although I will not disparage it, Blade Lineage Dawn was a very good staple of my team in the early days. Like T Corporatia. Oh, I didn't keep track of Faust stuff and Faust died. Oh well. We didn't need her. We didn't need Faust. The fight's over. Thanks to B-Man shotgun. We didn't need Faust. Ah. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Hongdu casts the blood from her sword with sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. Hey, they're not changing back. Doesn't look like being of the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for the clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side onto, I'll search here. Ezra and Anu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Prithee, Tontiori was the first to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings changed with such a sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Wouldst thou render a detailed account of the distortion phenomenon? Apologies, it would appear that I have overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when the whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, it looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost the entire street. Faust noticed best girls. Would plat both. Very agreeable. Very agreeable. I don't see any problems with this. Likeable. Then those people, they entered this space and got caught up in it, and our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space surrounding it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion, even if we whop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we can examine these people over there too? With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are the glyph emblems on their headbands. True, bespoke proposal result. It marks them as Chunakans, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I'm unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being disposed of their stations in S-Corp after all. There was no idle tale. Scientists would ply their craft about fattening S-Torp's taw for a siege withhold and made no novice of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have astounded with my friends before the band of Nobai could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobai, the wretched application conferred upon people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and excuse of their power mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters at S-Torp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon a hunter, and does the hunter for siege space to aforementioned frame the captured with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of Nobai. Such is what S-Torp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, are ye saying? Or me, perhaps, or none of us? I mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chodakons generated by distortion. That is a plausible conjecture. You're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Torp and its Chodakons have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things of memory is most foul? There'll be something else pounding Otis once I get to her. I see. The presence of the Chodakon suggests a possible correspondence in Shane's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion twist stems from Bamboo Hatted Kim or Ongdu's memories. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she could grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surrounding, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Ah! Not again! The white flash of light suddenly drowned out my vision, and as Azure clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Ah, my team leader's here tracking. This would have been a piece of cake! We're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we had seen anything bursting with a pop. The Incorp employees must have had it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They're about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first, we need to develop the film we found here. I head to the nearest dark room and... actually, let's first drag that sleepily hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chodakons. That's our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. It's part of me watch Ezra stamp her feet in frustration. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Lost Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo Hatted Kim is right now. Where is he? Man, S-Torp sucks.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야. 아,
Bill.
한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 논았네.
Bill. Clear within 10 turns. Oh, we got the whole gang this time, huh? Here, so
녹슨 총에 날
복지팀에
you.
가시죠. 화투패 1패 의뢰인가요?
Maybe I'll change Faust. Moused because I feel it. Nah. Who do I not use? Do you have enough lust to use Drip Faust? Maybe? Yeah, we're just gonna double down an ego team. I like ego loadout because it's kind of funny. I didn't need to bring up Solemn Limit. It would get a lad. Ego gang. Do you have an ego? Do I have an ego loadout for you? No? You. Not you. Yeah, this is fine.
녹스 복제팀의 이번엔 어떤 실험인가?
고쳐.
준비는 항상 되어
고쳐.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
가시죠. 파투페 1패 의뢰인가요?
부름이라는 대상 확인했어.
전시 준비는 완벽.
알고 침식도 양호. 아마도
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their get up, they seem to be like escort fellas. And things are going so well. We could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. It would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, it's my fault. Those bastards looked like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? They do want to offer something important. We'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe care coupons in their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, how many bloody months are you locked to milk that? Oh, forever, Heathcliff. For fucking ever. Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Huh? Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine Makgaloi to go with it, rice wine. Yeah, that's the enemy, alright. He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD? LCD or whatever. Who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Oh, such bold swings. Didn't know there was even encore to that performance. You slippery little rat. I do find it amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Behind you, there's the... Wow, he took out all those dopu wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest of you folks. Wandering blades and Mirantels never lingered at the stage too long after all. Oi, what the hell do you think you're going? Oh, damn it. Ah, I see. Dante sent in some help. Alright, we got our magic bullet. Oh. Do that. I want that. Do this. That should be good. Let's fucking go.
황금의 군대. 혹시
I fucked up.
그 자체였다.
I forgot that I need to have a certain sanity meter for not friendly fire. Very rude of Otis. Thank you.
앞을 밝히지. 구애할 것이 잘 보이도록.
Get dunked on.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어.
Yeah, these guys aren't really
너희는 어떻게
memory transition.
무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼
Like these guys aren't
거짓말
really bad enough for me to care about fighting them properly, quote unquote. So yeah, this should be fine. That's itself. I have to make sure I don't accidentally explode Faust again. May nobody mind a little explosion. It's good for the team. Hey, don't be mean to the magical girl. She's just trying to be nice. We need all. I want the. Wait, what the next magical girl will be. Please, Kim Ji-hoon, please make magical girl Otis. It would be really funny.
너희가 걸어야 할
It would be really funny for to have the hag magical girl.
또 멀고 Yeah, do this. Get more piercing swords. That should be good. Fine. Where are the villains? They're right in front of you. I want to prepare them to have some nice nukes. Whack fuck. A rousing game of whack fuck.
지금 구해줄 테니.
Oh, what the fuck is this? Okay, that's fucked up. That's a fucked up transition. Retsia Inhorn Class 2 staff. God, these guys don't look very good. But they have the same gauntlet mirror, so I see. Alright, you guys stepped up to this. Oh, we're in the fucking development now. Interesting. Don't waste that on them. You don't have 30 plus burns here, friend. You're fine, Faust. Warning shot. I wasn't prepped for the sudden mid-fight flashbang. Did that suitcase have a gun in it? We got some CIA bullshit. fuck him up. Very good. Yeah, it's a suitcase done. Burn him fast. Okay, what are these? When using a steel of identical rank to the steel photograph. What?
안타깝게도 내 숲에 있는 이들은 이미 모두 죽었어.
Intelligence gathering. When using a steel of identical rank to the steel photographed, flash minus. Intense stare, 0 range. So it's a debuff for explicit still. So I can't use that still without a -5 power. Too bad. Everyone they have is staggered.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
How rude. Yeah, these are the last 3 guys. Just kill them. Just rip them to shreds. I don't care.
증폭.
But it is an interesting debuff that I see we will have to deal with. I'm liking it so far. I think it's pretty neat, nifty. Been pretty funny. Bamboo-headed fraud. We'll learn that our dear Ongdu may have had a wee bit of an obsession. Okay. These rats again. Guys. You don't need the dog pile those ones. I like it so far. It was funny seeing Mr. Dante actually getting so angry. A lot of, hey, I hope you guys are ready for the next one.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
I thought we would kill 2 of them. Oh well, just go for it. It's the last 2 people. We could just brute force them. Whew. Another victory, and we didn't have to have Faust explode this time. I'm gonna do my Demir dungeon. Fair, fair. I usually like to watch someone else stream when I'm like doing mine. Or watch a video, something like that. So let me get this straight. Dude was just here a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he's wandered off to. Yep, blows turned up out of nowhere, flipped his thumbs, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do, tie him up, lock him up in the closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time we all thought he was a good patient sleeping it off in the recovery ward? No, but no, when the LCD got infiltrated, he stuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. The team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsies, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? And the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. He knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? And that's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automakins who locked down the elevator that leads to the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh? Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCA chief dude way faster. That helped the LCA to actually deploy. That would have been a delay for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. Then he went fighting, even though he still hasn't fully recovered. Though he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder, so yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient. In a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Is that a faint blush I see of you being embarrassed, Otis? Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so I'm fine, I suppose. There was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He's always slipped away and pops back in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, he doesn't even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when no one gave him any instructions. Well, it's got to be relying on his gut feelings, isn't it? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. He scratched at his chin and kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us. A clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. There's no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get in the battle, isn't it? Then, could be the bloke saw some stupidly sharp head on him, piece things together, could be that. I got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said that he could hear that kind of shit too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats stirring about. He did things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life or death fight. Matthew said he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss to knock it back like a whale. So the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not the most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping in after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout that the opposing center was told up. They were calling around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put him into the dead rabbits. Then we come storming in and had them surrounded instead. A single one of them got away. We beat him bloody, every last bastard. Boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like Barstool bragging to me. Sure that wasn't a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. Saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences, is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based cognition, or actually an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it appeared that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment? Are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all is past, I often find no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time, and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have not been the most concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than I would have noticed in the past. Wait. Don Quixote hesitated, and stopped herself from saying more. He only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let's return to the task at hand. Do what we can for now. Fine. As the others fight it down, I finally had the room to notice the place we had found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just the deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time. Fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for a light switch? It's right here. Right then. Don't turn on the light. Don't turn on the light. I heard Mayor So's lips warning, his voice coming from the corner. I didn't expect to find. No. Mayor Salt, what are you? There he is, the corner. Is he washing something? I'm developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh? Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. Photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of the distortion rests upon a photographer. Film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviated by only a single digit. It is certainly that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. These images bear striking resemblance to these photographs, but I also believe this building and photo studio share a strong connection. Where'd you get these photos? I brought them from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture of certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in Incorp's district. Buildings, mostly. Hey wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct, the photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Mariso chimed in, holding up an oddly cylindrical container in his hands this time. He gave the container a shake, every now and then with measured rim. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Incorp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job? Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. I have to close it up. I'll join the swim pro later. Okay, thanks for hopping in. ads are about to start, so I might go refill my drink in the meantime. Yes, they put around information to be poured into canned experience. Docugrapher. How can a person with such a decently lucrative profession fall into a distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer, after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were in didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in Incorp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in the developer solution to be processed. Which is why the photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from the photo studio. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspaper, all messy like, if you consider how sensitive film rolls are to the light. It's really super suspicious the dark rooms don't have any proper blackout panels. The fun fact, when you putting film in a camera, like if you're using a film, for like movie cameras and stuff, they would either build a dark room like on set for the camera operator to put the film in there, or they would have like a little blackout tent that would fit on a table, and they would have to, you know, put the film in there, and you do it blind. You can't see anything. So if you fuck it up, you fuck it up real bad. Like I remember this one story. There was like this indie film where they put the film in the camera back. They put it in backwards. They accidentally set it up backwards. And what was really funny is it was in the film it was like a psychedelic scene anyway, so it looked really weird. It was meant to be really weird anyways. So like in the when it was shown at a film festival, like the director was just like, yeah, we were experimenting with some stuff, and really the real answer was, we didn't reshoot the scene because we can't afford more film. we just kept it. You know, films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print out photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? 12 frames cost about in real life. 12 frames for like a film camera costs $1, about $1. So it's shooting at 23 frames per second. Means that for 1 second you spend $2. That's part of why they switched to digital. Oh. This probably isn't a legit dark room. Someone just hauled the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be printing photos, and people usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager? People in these photos, they're not all buildings. Marisol tended to my side quality, quietly. Still giving me a strange cylinder occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle. There's no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say. Surely there must be a cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Incorp's pin frame staff were defeated. Deduction based on the events thus far makes it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Ecliffe, Senator Honglu, and Senator Greater have battled the Incorp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer. I have a feeling I know what Marisol is getting at. I asked anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse and finish, the process is now halfway to completion of the second agitation. This indicates 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of the development. A battle is immediate. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Marisol, You should have warned us way earlier! Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
야.
나도. 그러고 보니까
Hero.
그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지.
Just made me a bit crazy.
관리를 맡겨.
There is a stream going on if you wanted to pop it on your phone or something.
Oh. Alright.
It's relic packs, the things that you would actually want.
Alright. Oh, it just started. Okay. Not miss out. Very good. What do we get? Relic packs. Alright. Yeah, we get relic packs, crack them open, and then all the void traces consumed. Lost forever.
Another cold one.
Another cold one.
I see you're losing your mind with the lobotomy.
The new Intravalio. We gotta get our goods.
Not allowed.
Not allowed. Very allowed. We need our goods.
You're good,
Yes.
but you get your bad.
My bads? I don't need a bad. I just need my goods.
This game will have an unhealthy effect on your changing character.
Will it?
Dream real.
After the battle, we didn't even get that fight. It just skipped it. It just skipped the fight.
Of course, off screening.
Off streaming. Something sits ill amid the sprawl of escorts bastard. Oh fuck, I forgot I was going to go refill my drink.
Go get your sippies.
I'm gonna go get my... need to use the bathroom anyway.
Pee-pee time.
Pee-pee time. Yoy, you Asian, you fuck. I am back. Why I miss.
Oh, shoot. I had to mute myself because an insurance broker called me and I basically had to lie. It was a number of like my area code, so I thought it was somebody calling me back about a jobber, but no. Bastards.
I see.
Look, I either need a third part-time job or I need one full-time job. I'm holding out hope.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
I love stitching together my schedule.
Looks like you two may have had a bit of a heart-to-heart while I was gone.
What happened?
Ruby was asking you some stuff in chat.
Oh no, I can't see chat because I am in the car watching. Hopped in to talk to you.
She be asking if you dislike her.
Is that a conversation that happened in one of your streams?
Yeah, this seems more like a DM kind of conversation.
Yeah, I don't think having this in public is wise. Especially with you being the narrator, since I can't fucking see chat. I would rather that not be immortalized on your channel, you know?
Yeah. Understandable. I can't play mediator midstream.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that anyway. You save those kinds of conversations for the instant messenger. Which it might not work. I had DMs on your server turned off because of the El Bato.
Oh, right, the bot. I think they're gone now.
I'd have to turn it back on, but I'm not able to at the moment.
Gotcha.
What do I want to reward myself with? What feast from the beast?
Milked. Among the sprawl of Estort's backstreets, a sort of a flash, Ongdu had her days fixed somewhere high overhead. At the end of her days, those photographs. A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a conjole at first and gave it little attention. Boarding room. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by location-type distortion is most irregular. The items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Estor. Yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. This is
Fucking describe it.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
This
Oh, I was gonna say, it's starting to sound like fucking Phenomena intervention from Blaze Blue. What the fuck?
Well, they're currently on a they're currently investigating a distortion. So,
Good.
funky. Just I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for Munich. Marisol stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it. And the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop again, and a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. No, the lights are on in the dark room. Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Torp and N-Torp. Feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. Yes! Get flashbanged, idiots. My whole body tenses up and then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Mayor Salt, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off of it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete, and the image is fixed. There's no cause for concern. That's a relief. I could say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look.
Oh no.
So, see anything odd out in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. Look like scientists, a bakery, flowers, someone. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary photos you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she had also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Brother, it's all serious. Maybe it was a random spell of vertigo? Was it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Mayor Salt must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into tan experiences. Raw ingredients for tan experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magnuson Sisyphe.
Oh.
There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe? What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Ren Magnuson Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. Can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed based contents of canned experience, known as experience batter, is applied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier explanation for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing by the day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, man.
This is fucking Total Recall.
Yeah, you can literally eat a can of fucking soup and it'll give you experience.
Oh god. The memory cap's gonna bust. Somebody's gonna go crazy.
Oh, it's already crazy. Like the fucking... They literally turn people into fanatics by making them eat canned experience.
Look. It's what they've always thought up until this moment, and you can't prove otherwise.
Exactly. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Perhaps they've been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instance through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I've seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crashed as to put a price on sentiment, nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls? What could have made the investment worth it? Let's say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? Not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desire or emotion that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to Estor. That is, the Estor from the past that only Kim and Angdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it'd be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, goody idea. Team leader did say we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Angdu, can you help me? Can you give me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliate with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Someone tell Ezra we're fine. I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled a radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC? I think she said do we regroup clock. That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. She's fucking... Rajia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Radia, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Hey, can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? I love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on the TF, they're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, you mind give me a second? You need a fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. Did you meet the goat? We met Kim, if that's the goat you mean. The lad? No, it's not a fight. Huh? What's this on about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Marisol had brought me. Hell yeah. Where's that bakery you're at? We're about to see someone's really sad love life. Hell yeah. Cans. More reading. Ah. Bread Queen. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. I haven't seen him around lately though. And those coworkers, I assume they are wearing the same uniform? Asking a question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photo. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This affirms her lead. Thinking of manager, a few inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Though she'd been close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Would it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. She looks very unfucking comfortable. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I heard he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docudraft of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. Gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Huh. Young Berceau, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from one's continent? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of the skyscrapers yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from the base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along with numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memory is altered for intense and stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by the canned experiences are extremely vivid. The statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause for this formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is in reality impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Dream addicts. Dream addiction.
It's this fucking mental illness. It's just canned delusions.
Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth, verily doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? If the resultant dream roseth not the spirit to gallop towards it? Whatever annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in with all these questions. I was patient. You think you owe me a sale or two? Not about to leave without paying for a single loaf after routing in my bakery and staring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point. Actually, with her holder, the passerbys gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody's about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared the shelf already, didn't I? You did? How are you keeping all that then? You even got to ask, 'cause I had some already and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets so we can all share later. You already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true, we stared off other customers. Understood. Given the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not be a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. You fuck. Where have you been? It was Tim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Tim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. You freaking waste of bread. Ezra's angry fist drove straight in the kid's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Marceau approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film. Earn your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in the canister you're shaking? Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said in unrolled film. It means that it's not the negatives. Oh, I can see it, huh? That's pretty cool. Is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could tell the strip was packed with like almost identical pictures. Huh? Is that the same person in every shot? It's the same pose in all of them. Oh, you're right. Wait a second. See the arm there? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frame when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? That reminds me of something I learned in school. It's a film. He recorded film? Draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. Start with the arms down in the morning, nudge the arms higher until they raise all the way up. Draw, yeah, he made a movie. When still figure starts moving. The class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. They're saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images. The arrangement of the frame suggests that the film strip is highly likely to constitute footage. A violation of in-corpse taboo. Footage? That's a... Brother made a movie and that's an in-corpse taboo? Excuse me? Nah, you can't watch a movie, alright? Man, the indoor back streets look fucking clean. I'll say that. Fucking, these are the back streets, and these are like some of the cleanest back streets we've seen so far.
But is it clean emotionally? I think not.
Oh God, no. God, no. They're all eating canned experiences, whatever they can get their hands on.
You know, back in my day, we just had good old-fashioned yearning and pain.
we had good old-fashioned yearning. We were yearners, all right.
Yearn maxing.
I just realized now I can put on my my bonus event units, even though they can't use them because they're so fucking. Oh, that's fun. Make a team with the rest.
녹슨 총에 날카롭지 않은 화살초.
복제팀의
녹슨
곧 작전 시.
가시죠.
이번엔 어떤 실험인가요?
대세. 전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
당장 집행해
Too
주지.
bad, too. Oh crap! As soon as I registered Merso's words, my hand reflectively threw the film to the ground. Oh, we could be okay. We might have just broken the taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I feel fate. At least we had Virgilus with us then, and it ended up not being a big deal at the end of the day since I could provide the centers, but the nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we had done, though, so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying. We'll be fine. Intorp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When Incorp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands. Just thank them for their service and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration, however. It is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But team leader said that the Incorp has their own regular standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage, image quality, or frame rate is within regulations, Incorp won't be sicking their fixers on our bus right away, and they could buy us some time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. That's what they're really sniffing around for, is how close to reality the video is, how close of experience it provides to the real life. So even if it's really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You could technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. And let's annihilate the film roll and see how vivid it is. How many frames do you have? Marisol, I trust you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning Incorp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Howdy, Golo. Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Marisol. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without warning, Marisol, without waiting for it, unrolled the film and raised it to the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film cancer is labeled experiment. Oh, yes.
Nothing happened, Golo. It was stuff that needed to happen in DMs, and I was in the car and couldn't see messages. Because I was driving. But continue your narration.
The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. Experiment to see how close they can get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recording footage. Yeah. Sinners all gathered around Otis and looked up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docudrafter could possibly move the pot while holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See there, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just gloomy sort. Perhaps, yeah, as they're closer, the stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if it's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. When bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. What? Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it's noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a Backstreet's dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. The likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that when played sequentially would look like a footage that violates the in which case the film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, we should be clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a winged taboo. Whew. But if he was willing to go through that much trouble just to test Intorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. What motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for the subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the Nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled bamboo-hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped around towards her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, many of our culprits just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. And that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the backstreet to see. What? But how would that make everyone here, even those unwittingly come across the projection? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those right on, have made those folks violators of the taboo? But why would anyone? Would you care to explain how you know that much, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seems like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Imagine being labeled a criminal because somebody fucking played Jersey Shore on the side of a fucking building and you glimpsed it.
Look, that's what happens anytime Universal Studios finds that you've watched a leaked film.
Exactly. You know, you gotta die. You watched a
They rip
pirated
out your-
video, you gotta rip it out.
You watched the latest installment of the Pirates of the Caribbean miniseries? Well, you're going to mega hell.
You didn't watch it in an approved place, alright? You violated it. We gotta scramble your brain now. Alas, it is not.
Is that a non-approved AMC beverage? Die.
Die. Alas, it is not a taboo of Incorp to view record reviews. Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector. That battery bloats really down for anything, as long as there's torque. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us wherever we need to go. Is that Dante from DMZ? No. Oh. Indeed.
Feed him the right cannon, maybe.
I mean, he's closer to Dante than the Netflix show.
Okay, that's a pretty low bar.
It's a horribly wrong bar. Oh, it must be from Dante's Inferno. Yes, actually. Kind of. Except an amnesiac. We are in the Inferno. As architects, I mean, those informal plaid shirts and suspenders milling around, I could always trust them to lead me to a convenient venue. The best fanfiction ever written. I mean, that's what this game is, if you really want to think about it. I mean, we got Gregor Samsa right fucking here from Metamorphosis.
People will get so fucking offended if you call that a fanfic. And they're like, it's not fanfic, it's just fiction. It's a self-insert.
Alright.
You're not willing to admit it.
Yep. Alright, yeah, Dante's Inferno is fanfiction, yeah. The original. Because it was his self-centered fanfiction that some people think is real.
Yeah. It's a self-insert where everybody that he thinks is lame is in hell.
And everyone that he likes is in heaven. Even he had like his like he had his section of heaven where like the top where like, you know, he believed for the top people of Christianity, and it was like a save spot for the Pope that was currently alive, and he fumbled the bag. Hey, you got any Inferno? It's the only fanfic that is on Sula. Yeah, he wrote the Inferno, you know, Purgatorio, and, you know, Paradiso.
Divine Comedy.
Yeah. Currently, we're in the Inferno. But his plaid shirt looks like they're standing in the area. But they also go around checking people against photographs? 10 more years! This game's got 10 more years of development before it's done, so says the director. Collect evidence. Please advise. They also rated each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at, huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. They're jumping us. Fucking. Damn, they clash good, huh? Hit the right guy. You're on the right one. Do that. Yeah, it should be fine. How's everyone say? Quickly use a gun. That's what we're about to do. Going all right. My dog was peeled today. I want to make like a gun team. Ow, fuckers. Gamble. Destroy the visible. Come on, win your clash, buddy. Stop losing your clash! Okay, what fucking skill can I not use? Blossom New Fragrance, I can't use that one. Do that. Yeah, you clash there. That all looks fine to me. My day's been pretty good. Some vanilla RE4. I see. Very good. Very good. Get him with the buckshot. He's losing. He's lost the clash. And you know, the middle team. It's just I'm tempted to bring out the middle team because it would be funny. They're such a silly team. It's you turn your brain off. Kill that guy. You have the right one. Any unopposed? Here.
해체어가
I'm too stupid to play Limbus Company. Hey, if you have the right units, you don't really need to even think. You just press P and enter.
꽃으로 잠들어
I need to play the Refraction Railway again. You'd only struggle with like the in-game content. Then again, some fights you do kind of need to read. Dude, I barely understand how combat works. It's simple. You flip a coin, and who flips their coins better wins.
해체 소각되었습니다.
Shit, not RNG. It's manipulatable RNG. Because sometimes you just have better coins than, you know, the other person. You know, like this one. See? You know, you can see the number sort of up in the middle. The top number is the minimum, the bottom number is the maximum. And you know, it depends on how happy they are. You guys need to stop trying to jump the same person, alright? Okay, Fishmail, you're not doing great. I want you to flash with him. Flash there. And yeah, you can do that. Yeah, there's a lot of reading. You do have to read if you want to understand the story. And in some enemies, if you don't read, you'll just fucking suffer.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
Activate your follow-up attack.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
Bang bang.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이야.
대상 확인. 철침탄. 트랜지션.
I have a lot of guys with guns on my team, but it is not the maximum amount of gun I could have.
슬픈 눈빛. 어머니 유쾌하게.
그래,
그대
딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
받았으니
13조 2항에 맞추게
Kill that guy.
그게 체격이
Kill him, Ishmael. Finish the job.
앞을 밝히지.
I like my my ego gear team.
지리멸렬.
자세에 틀림은 없다.
Yes. Just kill them. It don't matter. He's gonna finish the job with Furioso. Kill them.
걱정의 마음에 무방하겠어.
Destroy. Destroy him. Furioso replica.
그대 선택받았으니 제한 종료.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대
Hey, put that back on.
지금처럼 엄마와
Put the mask back on. I don't want to see your exposed meat
많은
flesh.
기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난
Okay, we are 2/3 of the way through the Intervalo. What nonsense boss fight are these? Let's change up the team a little bit. I wonder. No, I can't really do middle team because 3 of the members are currently kind of locked up by being blade lineage. I don't have, and I want those extra points. Now, burn team. What about charge team? You know, you can say Zhong office, reindeer, art corp. You don't have any good charge ID, so you could stay the same. She's essentially charge ID. No. Alright,
연구자에게 자꾸 물리력을 취급하게 하는 건 좋지 않다만.
컨저
준비는 완료. 가시죠.
백
투입 준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
대사.
자유로워질 수 없어.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
wait a minute.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다
Wait a minute. I forgot something.
우리 중지가
Charge team fucking sucks.
감지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸
Charge team
요구하는 것도
fucking
아니잖아.
sucks. Alright, gang. You can do it. Ah, you're too slow. Yeah, I'll be fine.
집속불 뇌파 충전. 저니 시퀀스 작동.
네 상대는 나야.
How rude of them, the Flash as innocent Ezra right that. Heart. I forget what grade fixer she is.
조준은 필요 없지.
Bang bang. In frame subject. Oh, he got staggered, so he couldn't take the photograph. Is that the right card? No. Do that. Sure, why not? Just kill the guy.
공격 범위 확인.
Just kill the goober. I'm just throwing the rather fucked up teams because I think if I used one of my actual built up teams, it would be too
지역
easy.
둔화를 확인.
Come on, I wanna invoke some artificial challenge in here.
통상 배탈 일시방적.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 실력 최대치.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
Damn it, Hongler.
쓰레기 확인. 수거. 처리.
Charge thing. Seriously. Fine. They're all S1 attacked anyway, so bleh.
당신 짝패군요.
Is that acupuncture? What a name.
나야.
What a name. Right, these guys not weak to. Maybe they are. Who knows? Who's to say?
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않을 만큼 멀고 또 멀고.
Do that. We are not supposed to be using net attack. Foolish fool. Do that.
왜 하필 오늘 사무리 술록팀만 그 중에서도 우리 숙소만 이 작전에 투입되는 거야? 효율적으로.
Fuck it. Next time we'll try to do a fucked up middle team.
대상 확인. 절침탄. 트랜지션. 확산탄. 임상시험 성공.
Not impossible.
방금 만료됐습니다. 만료! 그렇다면 평소에 쓰레기입니다.
That guy's using basically a chain X, by the way, Dolo. But, you know, just looks different.
검주망 모드!
He hasn't turned on the blender yet.
삼코.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를
Yeah, that's fine,
베었어야지.
that's fine. Seems fine, they're gonna die. With bleed and burn on them at that low health, man. Even if they win the clash decisively, they're gonna die. I think you're still three. You're
실험
still
중인
three. It's
병인
purple. That's what I
통지인
thought.
주의하게. 어디 시험해 보지.
Never stood a chance. Never stood a chance.
만복의 시간입니다.
방금의 컨트 혹시 그 자체였다.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어.
여유탄 횟수.
The big axe.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Let me ask you a question,
엄마가
she said.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Come on, give me a skill 3 on my boy.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
Being robbed.
너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번
Really,
엄마에게 감춰줬거든.
you guys are all powering into that.
어디 시험해 보지.
Ha!
I have the fucking mic unmuted the entire time.
Ha!
No bye.
출력 최대치 처리했습니다.
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지. 한결 낫네요.
Finish the job, flip boy.
끝났으니까.
이루어질 수 없는 희망.
Yeah, just kill him.
추락해 흔적조차 남지 않은 희망.
암호 시동체.
모두 나의 바람이었듯이
Very unfortunate we didn't get to see the blender
도움일 테지.
this fight.
The blender.
The blender.
얌전히 앉아 있어라.
휘말리기 싫으면 비켜. 한결 낫네.
You know, ever since I remembered that the boiling the frog thing was an analogy more than an actual truth, and I'm starting to get very angry with the English language.
그중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
A-
나를
A good
데려왔어.
majority, like I think a little bit closer to half of tennis players have tennis elbow, but the vast majority of incidents of tennis elbow is not because of tennis. Why would they name it that?
완벽에 가까운 제안.
I don't know.
이제 말씀하셨던 야근을 속히
Fucking stupid.
알후가 탈출했다.
Pursuit
긴장이
number
나설
2.
차례로군.
Oh, great. We're fighting in the
다음에는
shadow realm.
류슈 팀원에게도 육체적
Alright,
타격이
let's clear
가능한
up this
무기의
team.
승인을 검토해 주십시오, 관리자님.
Don't. It's evil.
Yes. Let's see. Oh, you're mid.
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 되게
연구자에게
준비는 완료했습니다.
120번 홍로. 준비는 끝났어요.
72% in the last one.
형님과 누님들을 위해
120번 홍로. 준비는 끝냈어요.
And art.
녹슨 총엔
흑수 5필드 이상이요. 우동한 자가 없다면
There
내가
we go. An
해결해야겠지.
ad hoc middle team. Hardly.
Someone made it. Oh, yeah.
Yes. I was just about to read.
It was a dumb thing. You can read your thing. I'll talk about it later.
Hardly a challenge. What a WOT. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter on one-on-one. Service Deathless is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for its stringent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflict such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcase. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for then? Whispering on our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photographs to include in their report to their higher ups, I'd wager. I tend to see how they think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they follow a lead, they end up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Mersot stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What was he thinking? What was it he wished to say, or is it simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim, a Mersot. I was struck by his intense yet brief, distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered, should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him that this was specific response for situations like this. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything, or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, and a prepared answer written down in the list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him from answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. It'd been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that? He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, then had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peak in the Mersot's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that was not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent, as you have previously instructed. I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss blogger, you just want to sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of the building over there. So you must have been on the way to the building. Our path ahead seems clear. Taking the manager, let us neutralize these foes and head up there. Gotcha, be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. In battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersot had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been weaker ones of the bunch. How's the Incorp having so guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from subsequent reports. The Incorp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume Kane Experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, isn't there an extra report that one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whirl of some kind of machinery. Is this the distortion? Immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Shunniken's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, shut your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light out, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Yeah! I quickly turned away, as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device would be playing a recorded video I'd taken of manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so finished. Mrs. Panic began creeping in the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, oh folks, this is really starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorical, speakingly shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, undo. What's wrong with everyone? Get dust in your eyes? What the hell's wrong with you? Do you know what anyone else watches even a second of a recorded video and Intorp gets? Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. In your eyes, esteemed fellows, this motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. Video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the Intorp employees also opened their eyes and began muttering amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which is firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. This was its message delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After all I went through to take refuge in here, I still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC322. You're under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed out vessel bereft of all but lingering delusions, not even a bruit of echo to the dogged exhortation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Well, even so much as turning around, Bamboo-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the Incorp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge here, still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming without a care to real thing. It's repeating the same sentence over and over. Now does that make me wonder, was I just as far done when I distorted past all the words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim had nothing more. He turned a piercing look at us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Incorp employee's attacks, as though he was doting us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. Am I no different from this abomination? Just as it wields a contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, leaving through both friend and foe unrestrained. Hey Junior, still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when the distorted being has no qualms showing me? You know how rude the unsolicited reflection of the fathoms of one heart is? It's thought to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion to a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentors, simply unconscionable, rude as hell, as some might say. My heart almost bursts out of my chest, courtesy of you. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake without a care for the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Mirso's eyebrows twitch. Battle is imminent. This is a natural response to the sense of immediate battle, perhaps? Pop. A blinding flash followed by an explosion. Explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. When it did, the first thing that came to view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Estorp, followed by Bamboo-Hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chunikan. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me death on you. About time we both grew accustomed to such sights. Mentor, still, do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat? That they might bind and drag you away? This isn't so bad, is it? Just these folks so far, unlike earlier. Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. Understand what's happening. First things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I must have been straying far and wide, searching all day for this exact reason. So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had a chance to ask Faust what she meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. Changed. Id? Unlike earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As I identified, there was something different about the group of Chunnakin this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword just as tall. That armor. Blondao of the Cell Circle. Reunited in such a manner. I don't like the photorealistic smiles and eyes on there. That foul. Look away. The warrior drew a bow that hung from its waistband and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner in Guangzhou. How do you fare, friend? At the signal's arrows listening, seized the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared at the sky with a piercing whistle. The air splitting sounded here, the Chunnakin began to swarm us. Boss fight? Every stilted system at least one toy. Thank you, game. That is such a helpful tip. Oh. Flash phenomenon, yeah. Oh boy. One tag creating transition to a different location. Well then. Activate Envy Residence.
공격 범위 확인. 헛?
Are you winning? Well, we're about to find out. We just started the fight.
이거 금강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 가속 펀치!
버튼을 세워주지.
All right. Really, the first rounds always win. The first attempts always win rate, because then you get to figure out how bad the boss actually is. If you can't win with win rate, then you actually have to start thinking. He's a funky boss man. Not worth doing for it. So let's get our other resources up. Recording. That's illegal. Muffin.
전 시퀀스 작동.
누나만큼은 못하지만
His damage isn't exactly crazy. Okay. Activate
그래,
Envy.
내가 왔다.
Seeing she's helping with the Envy resonance. This half-built team.
의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
Binding? How very annoying.
거창을 세워주지.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Yeah, here comes the flash. It's the fucking camera. Flash phenomenon. Okay. Condition unmet. Alright, well, you know what? If you're not clashing with an enemy, put all your attacks into that. Enemy.
재밌겠는데?
It'll be nice and easy. Kill him. Jump that fucking camera.
출력 최대치.
Well, if she's attacking him, then everyone else's attacks, please go on this thing. Yeah, they should. Yeah, you'll be fine. You should.
조금만 조용히. 할 말 있으면 전투 전에 미리 하라고 했잖아.
Oh, Ezra's would attack hit. Ah, but it isn't blocked. Alright. Do that. Get him with the fucking blender. Blend the fucking thing. Oh, he didn't have high enough. Damn. He didn't have enough charge for the blender.
Been banished to Toronto.
Truly Jover.
휘말리기 싫으면 비켜.
It's almost dead.
이런 평행한 식사 시간 거리로 경계를 나가는 제도도 보이지 않습니다. 일본은 명절이 일본 청소부들의 시간이 될 것 같고.
Oh, I identified the rude deer's accent, by the way, because it was driving me up the wall.
Yeah.
He's a Scotsman.
He's Scottish, I see.
No wonder he tried throwing you into the mud.
So fucking rude. So rude.
주마.
Look, you just don't got that Irish in you. He could smell it.
I ain't got it.
You don't got it. You got like the Glens and Dales from ye old Europe. Making your envoy look like an Aryan. Stop flipping the coins of evil.
Activate the defense gauntlets.
No.
Get
It's
out.
time for the murder.
The murder.
The murder. There's a character that kills their allies.
I have a team for that.
They're not using it, damn.
I'm not using it because it's too strong. It'd make it too easy. It'd make the fight too easy.
I see.
It's a new team, so.
저리 꺼져. 거창을 새겨주지.
I don't think this fight likes me using a fake middle team instead of a real middle team.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Prince.
When they get hit, they hit back harder. This one, not so much. Hit this guy with the anchor, Ishmael. Hit him with the anchor.
불에 더 키워.
Now this guy's starting to, it seems like he wants to hit a bit harder. Can't have that now.
I hear someone softly caressing my door. What the hell?
That sounds, that's weird.
No, there's nobody at the front door. What the fuck? They're like gently knocking on it.
한눈 팔지 마세요.
Hit him with the anchor arms, Ishmael.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
가족에게 불을 상징한다면 공원에서 이 성장의 비극을 베풀어줄 것이란다. 안타까운 일이지만 우리에겐 기회일 겁니다. 식사 전수가
Wait,
늘어날 겁니다.
He's supposed to have a buff that's making him stronger. No, he's just built different. He's just built correctly. Hit his ass.
내가 충전.
이거 분간 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Maybe I need a pop fluid set because Faust isn't looking so hot with that health bar. Unless Faust dies right fucking now. No.
can't be.
Which can't be.
Which can't be.
I'm glad that the devs have learned their lesson about red coins and ballots.
Fine, you'll get the coin eater mechanic.
It's too soon to bring that back.
It's time to bring it back right now.
That was only for the super special fights. This one ain't special enough.
The despair in your voice really peaked up when you said super special.
I ain't here for Roach Emperor 2.0 already. We gotta wait
Yeah.
for Purgatorio for that.
You think this distortion is the result of all the wasted popcorn from the Minecraft movie and Amazing Digital Circus movie?
Doomed. For all.
For all the kernels.
아무리 소녀팀만 그 중에서도 우리 조카만 이 잣대가 투입되는 거야?
Stop fighting the admins of the TV Trope Wiki.
They're in the way. They're just getting in the way of our job. They don't know no better.
The Jelly Bean Hammer.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기 죄가 너무 크고.
Guys, stop pumping everything into that one guy. He's not that important. Kill the projector. It's ascended. It's doing a very rude job.
그래. 내가 왔다.
Look, I'm just saying, a mechanic where it gives you the coins you don't want and overwrites your old coins would be funny.
No, that would be fucked up. and not outside the possibility of some bullshit they'd pull.
You need the coin exchange now. You get the wooden nickel. How dare they keep intercepting?
재밌겠는데?
거창을 새겨주지.
My hair coupons.
출력 형태
Hit him with the blender.
만복의 시간입니다.
Another victory. Wiped out all the ads with the blender, so this guy's all alone and very sad.
For now.
Yeah, for now. We can fix that. But ooh, actually.
Why is he even taking illegal recordings? This is a two-party consent city.
I mean, some of those recordings were illegal even with consent, so.
They're illegal because they're recording, so they're
Yeah.
turbo illegal.
Yeah. There's no two-party consent.
Johanna, the head has to come down and go, oh.
Ah, the head is just like, all right, here are the rules. If you don't consent to them, die.
I didn't ask to be born. Okay. Just snaps and they get Ash baby.
It's reposed.
Why must you attack Tim Burton, huh?
This motherfucker. I shall set my form. Alright. Oh.
I don't like how he has the Omega Flowey face.
Just a little bit more. I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. How dare he fucking sequence change before I could finish beating him in that last turn. It'll make our lives a whole lot easier if we can get rid of just one of them. The battles seem to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Engdu were here to help us out. But shit, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, isn't it? Boy, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-tearing fella's kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flushed with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battle constantly shifting and flashing between Intorp and Estorp, we simply do not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Injeon, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, they do. October is back too. It shall be done. Intorp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but seeing that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the neck has alerted Intorp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Notice, help me out here. Indeed, to stop racking my brain together to navigate the situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements Intorp is sending right after us. And second, will defeating Imjeon Opor, destroying that projector, bring into this distortion phenomenon? If I speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, and there's an unpredictable variable in this strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we're trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms. How can I enter it if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you need to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code? Right, keywords. This seems to be the location side distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes say is Intorp or the twisted temperature Intorp, they're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us with the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be the photograph. It's obviously been present through the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. He's saying put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the backlines. There's an undertone of obsession with experiences, stating his every trail was a lot in relation to what caused his distortion. Experience, the concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to import technology that was the core of his exception. And experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photographed and experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. Didn't. I could feel it. These kind of photographs they use to make. But that's what that strange sensation is. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused the rippling effect. Clearly not enough to force open the dungeon of the fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Straps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might cause them to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece, wanted to know, I thought it would be some sort of Zen riddle. No, not a Zen riddle, but where'd straps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest. To wit, he has been poking around the area of town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow. So comprises that every store owner I'd lately prodded for information has a tale to tell about it. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man. A man with a can-do attitude and an uncanny ability to pull himself by his own bootstraps and clear the path towards Nest residence. He became so bewitched by the photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. Well, that went on until he found himself reduced to a paltry, barely making rent on the scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost his grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain dripped through his roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wonder, lost. Eventually madness is invoked in the form of indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Tim's face crept beneath the shades of his eyes. No, I'd seen that look once in the past. No, it'd be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in its fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has among the countless people here taken a particular interest in bamboo hatted Kim. Photographed, hand experience, and straps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, executive manager. Miss Ezra? This is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathom. This is it? Neat stuff. But, before we finished, Ezra had to redirect our focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon, but Honolulu, Gregor, and several others were busy. They're really gonna follow us in there if we follow. Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once the dolphins out. Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrow corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo had a Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I just have little wish to set foot in some ill-owned place. Didn't be tingling such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? That it was something up? This is something I believe is more than just saying to protect our rear. He was WTF. Eh? What a terrible front. What a terrible front. Okay. Wrong acronym. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Do you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, swordswinger? You're not some kid trying to get out doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms of the distortion is gazing into. That lies when must be my very own. What the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk into a place blind into a place we know shit about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learned the hard way that homework is like summer reading. Like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Curiosity Stabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating, go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expected of its employees. Yo, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a loan, Sam? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. That was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handled the inflection point. I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, I guess I'll just trust our two Oster team members to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team's senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the ban. I'll mentor be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry.
이웃분들은 다 함께 벽을 이루어졌습니다.
The glaze.
벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
마침내 돌아왔구나. 나의 스페셜 헤어 쿠폰.
Yeah, coupon. We won the fight, and now we got a dungeon this intervalo. It's been a while.
얘들아, 철수다.
Piss.
오늘은 이 형님이 쏜다.
Okay, we'll bring a real team. We'll bring the team killing team. And just throw in some buddies that are just generally nice. Why do I have base heat flip from here? Do you have a buff? Radia. That. We'll bring Bum Man. And for this one, I'm feeling Fire Fist.
5, 4, 3, 1 시작.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Torp 2, right? It's reminiscent of my homeland. Sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt when we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Torp streets. Greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Torp themed haunted mansion. 'Tis hardly a place fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibes my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were set 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. And the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I have contemplated in consideration on how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Torp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga. and feel it rustle against my back as I lay upon it. Thought it would be respite sullied mine. In this mirror world, another was walked before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed. Now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Yong Yong. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Man, Estorp really is just Imperial China, huh? It really is just Imperial China. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if he comes seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I could see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Have a spell of some sort befallen today? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice excessive, the work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in War Strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet bears no hostile intent. Why, who else she be but the mighty commissioner, military commissioner Yang Op, the principal of the famed Im family. You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principled. Ah, not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principle that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordnance have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? That was our first meeting, so not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't have ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my button. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities that they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to a sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be. So I won't take issue with it, though I must admit the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kimlin. Bamboo Hatted. Bamboo Rain Hat. Oh, that's the name of the hat. The man who once intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefather and sell himself to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and starred heart did he find in the path of the sword, another way into the nest, as the right state counselor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, and yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state counselor, if you will. I am but a butcher. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Ah, not a compliment. Just the word on the street. Ah, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you Pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough. Keep it simple and spell it as bamboo-hatted kid thing. And does that continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse told and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. I come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners. I would have laid you out, split you in 2, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe and continue trapsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now. Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me a free rein to continue trapeziing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? You have a way with words. A way of being a pain in the ass. Perhaps yet are such japes not to be expected among the fellowship of close bond. Mutual bond. We don't look like friends yet, though. You care to tell us why she's been watching you? As I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game as sexual? Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. He was just chalking rocks at people. Fie on thee. That is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Pio and Saul, in particular, found it to be distasteful, and did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P, and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Huh? Curious, then, is it that our right deed or a deed not right? Well, Saul, whatever is it that thou art describing? It is well-known truth that the S-Corp is known by its other name. Salpipio, agro-industry. Agro-industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depths of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Payao, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal is responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Pio responsible for meat and livestock, and P in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled in S-Corp, he must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now derayed the 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of chief state counselor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state counselor, toads to Saul and rises to the seat of left state counselor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus the common folk will reduce the livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh to lie like that of emancipated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Aho! And the people whom have targeted with thy rocks they weren't people, rats. Rats? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a klepto-rat. Well, I simply could not help but react at such a presence of stirring rats. Is there aught you find funny? I think if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. It's hardly expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those who, though, those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their starlit Oha bonds. The gall to stamp our way up their expensive prostarts. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that's your intent, you're invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown into dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when will you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Return to the Shoga when you're human again, and I'll buy you drinks as thanks. He's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had mentioned fondly was Brett. And I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escort. I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That military commissioner of the Sol faction fraternized with a bodyguard of the right state counselor who was of the E faction. Hi. Still, I know not what that fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Estorp. Andu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have ties to his second Orient office, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of a wing at that. Well, I was in service of the right counselor state who's a first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, had ever ended up in exile from Extort? Yes, your silence of the matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as the reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for Estor availed no home for us of the lineage, but you, Mentor. I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Let's see, I want to take a gander of this dungeon before I gotta go use the bathroom. It's not a complicated dungeon. God, it's a bit longer than I would have liked. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I despise these headphones, but I'll get the work done, and then I will eat a lovely meal after this dungeon is forted. Emerge into a dark and muggy cavern, fill the air so stale it's almost stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray. More folk. What path do we choose? Sword. Thought it was a red accessory. Yes, that was a good red tassel. We are slash built. So you. 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 You and you.
4, 3, 1 시작.
It's time to get to slaughtering the teammates. Alright, let's take a gander at bit. Oh my god. Level 81. Off the sword. Behold my flesh. Brother. What are we fighting? Hateful Blade Lineage Salsu. Ugh. You know what? No need to what was it for the blades? You needed, like
이렇게 하는 건가?
yeah, 3 plus does, so yeah, do that. We don't need to slaughter them yet.
쳐다보기. 이거는 무슨 건 알아가지고. 낮도 밤도 지. 숨이 닿도록 배워.
We'll save it for the boss fight.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색을
Lovely.
가르치었지. 내 의안처럼 그려낸 대로.
우와, 지금 완전 사람들이랑 고대 같았어.
바로 그거다 딸래.
만복의 시간입니다.
We got our bamboo-headed carry. All right, we don't really need don't worry too much.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도
It don't matter. I got the rest of the team to bring along.
그렇지. 더 대단한
바로
조던이
그거다 딸래.
이건 엄마에게 힘을 먹었어.
Let's start getting some of these other sitters nice and strong.
아쉽네요. 좀 더 멋진 살아남은 작품이 되었죠.
해도 좋아해. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
전부 새기고 기억한 뒤 적결한다.
재밌겠는데?
Too damn.
이게 심장이
Slash.
그 슬픈 눈빛 어쩌구려 이게 심장이 잡혀질 때
함께 벽을 먹었습니다. 어머니의 기쁨 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
Two down. If you go. A nice view of the obelisk. Excuse me. As we were looking, a young man walked up to ask for help. He took the royal examination, came to public employment policy, and asked for a high grade for himself. Applying himself had their travels and was paid for the homeward trip and were granted because no one was there to extort him. And he asked my group if they can help. Ryoshu helped the little fella. So, say you'll thank me one day. Well, where? An outburst.
해왔던
Big
숙제들을
act
비하면
water drop.
별것도 아닌 일이다.
An ally in any game to ooh. Let's see. I don't have really with defense assist.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
Yeah, just do that. Our buddy there ain't so good at his job.
필연적 절대적
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 이상에 맞추려면 이게 제격이지.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지.
Come on, we gotta keep cleaning house.
까지 가고 있을지.
내 의한 낮도 밤도 지워 숨을 다하도록 배워냈군.
Surely this illustrious team drafted with nothing really in mind. Fantastic.
조쿠리아 가까이.
본인은 최선을 다했다고 말해주지.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
This?
감상은 어떤가요? 직접 발견. 간말. 그럼 끝이다.
Another swish swash of victory.
검목 확보. 셋째. 멈춰.
화면을 헷갈리지 마십시오. 식사할 장소는 이곳입니다. 배변 연료를 채우고 가야
I don't think that
합니다.
looks very good on you lot.
시연합니다.
훌륭한 단말.
Ryoshi remove another from the team. I think they're forfeits for the job. Oh, these are negative core enemies. Gross.
계속해봐라.
무섭지.
오랜만에 숨 좀 즐거울 거야. 조금 많이. 내 검은
Another dog.
이게 심장이 전간절이 뺏기에
숨 막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
Wasted on a staggered enemy. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
분들은 다 함께 불을 먹었습니다. 어머니의 기쁨 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
Dusty. Alright. A couch lends the figure staring out the darkness of an unlit prison. Waiting for its hell, who goes there? Play more prison guards? Nothing happens. Okay. Should have read it. Damn. I accidentally clicked too fast. Another fight. Alright, so if we use it now, it would get rid of Mr. Ring's father. No, we don't want that.
느긋하고 여유롭게.
No, it can't be. My life. My life is the experiences. The memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor? I've been here before. Have you? Had a peek into my memories when I distorted, did you? I must say it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Tim grinned sheepishly as though to clean the air, but it was something rather clear to me what he was doing. That was his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Yeah, he's depression maxing. Then this must be indeed the right state counselor's estate. Somehow, whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Him pushed open the main gate and made his way inside the front yard. Watch out, Undo. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies splayed out across the yard and I couldn't even start counting them. Felt faint watching the aftermath of carnage. Some of them were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which part belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the counselor's? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. We are looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Torp logo I saw in Tim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are or were wearing are adorned with the same logo. But why is Bamboo him calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state counselor's life was always as precarious as the candlelight in the tempest. Such is the fate of those who have been the guts to speak the truth in Estorp when positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them is the left state counselor, with the chief state counselor's blessing sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? They are prohibited in our homeland. They're kind of like how the great houses of Estorp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If Estorp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to all be working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual's chief executive. When assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though if assassins swiftly less invested in maintaining their disguises. not realizing that I just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around the yard teeming with assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such brazen attempts on the life of one of the triumvirate councilors of the royal court would have been. Foolish. Hence, I failed you, counselor. There were simply too many of them, so they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the council or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. I, Kimlin, of course, I failed you. I knew who the author of the foul stream was, the left state council. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life, though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, counsel. What I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who tried this betrayal and see that the favors were paid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. Cursed parasite, I ought to flay you alive and revel the wretched soul underneath. Some doll you have to show your face here. Oh, here, you mean the home of the honorable right state counselor who toils day and night in the service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. See how long you can heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 minute ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the Reverend Right Counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contemptuous infamy is an affront not only to the royal court, but the heavens and men alike. The revered left state counselor, who had long in disagreement of majesty, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy was struck. All those lives sent round by this villain. And now the villain, now the pillar of the court. Thus we are, pretends to arrest a criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. Counselor, might you be looking for the right alive and well? What? Oh, wretch, leaned that to my ear and whispered. Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Do you really think you'd overcome the entire pile? Service. He sent some just illuminating to a trap? Why? Now don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the but you are rather an egregious obstacle to the execution of my plan. To get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way, let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though Estorp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we have arrived to protect the Reverend Right State Council. 1,000 curses upon the villain in his quest for the right. It has already watered down Estorp's labors, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of the most serene weak. But the charcoal-hollered villain is none other than Counselor's sworn dog. He does so, villain. Unhope. Let the unheard bonds take you. You have fallen far, my friend. You were once sincere candidate to the honor of with the brand of Nobi stapling your strength. Even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, young? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, that's what you're asking. Nor would it Someone in my station is solely my hands of an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Telefield is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core, this is where the game ends. Time to resign by stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew, an equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, I'm after you. It's okay, unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examination. I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal in the eyes of the royal court. You're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you flee, would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. And you are needed. Escort's future is in the need of those less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Jan, come with me. There's no hope left for Estorp. Said it yourself, dude. We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have 9 stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. It wouldn't help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes. There, well done, your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Estorp, yet beware of relying over much on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Estorp. You know how I am, I just go with the flow. Yes. Yes, do as you will, go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to Estorp. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar, and the laying of stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blaine lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When John had let me go, I thought I escaped the tiger's maw. As I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connection and dies. I was playing a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like a wildfire. And those in the entire Blade lineage, one by one, leapt over the wall and approached us. At the projection of Kim's darkening fathoms from his memories. Films and photographs sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression of a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. And they must be after. Yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Yeah. The lineage ain't doing so hot.
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
Very annoying.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
have a great battle to win.
범이라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 범이었고.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
Or normie enemies. For Mr. Kimbo to win.
마지막으로 남길 말은
Let's see.
Mr. Kim is Mr. Cream.
Why would you say something so horrible?
He's a criminal!
A criminal is a hero.
According to who?
Me. It was a deception of the most unfavorable kind. He has done nothing wrong.
직접 밝혀준다.
No.
Mr. Kimbo will have a grand old time. He can get back to his
쌍쪽
wife.
이항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
His wife.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어.
쉽게 돌아간다. 어렵지 않게 내 요리 구성할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가
Apathetic
삼촌들이랑
group
말도
of
못 섞게
enemies.
했는지.
And yet they are among the strong.
손가락
Only
안에서도
because they
내가
wanna
많은
think they're
실력자들이었을 거야.
strong enough to.
너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게
They will
가르쳐.
fall like the rest.
만복의 시간입니다.
지키기 위해서 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
그렇게 서 있으면 감목이 떨어질 수.
오롯한 검의 길에 한 걸음 더
지금처럼
가까이.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을
Easy
다니며
clap.
많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서
Easy
가장
win, easy
멋진 곳에
W.
나를 데려갈 수 있게.
We just have 3 more nodes left to defeat this dungeon. Someone carrying a sword as a belt and a sack on his shoulder leapt to a haystack near us. Alright, point them in the wrong direction. Thief of the people. The Mentor. This is Mentor Handboo Headache Small and Bears. He's active. Oh,
주인께서는 아직도 소생이
healed everyone
이런
else.
허접한 일이나.
We had a nice meal and everyone got to heal up.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Just a
이루어질 수
lovely
없는
little
희망.
filler fight.
추락해 흔적조차 남지
Filler
않은
fights.
희망도 모두 나의
Yes,
바람인
indeed.
듯이. 적이 건넨 도움 또한 도움일 테지.
I fucked up Radia though. Damn it. She's supposed to be depressed. Whatever. Whatever.
날카롭고 정확하게.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의 멜로디가. 좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어갔어.
아.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라. 베어낼 수
만복의 시간입니다.
Yeah. Clear out the nose. Starting to get stuffy.
Get one of them pickaxes in there.
One of them pickaxes in there. I get all cleaned up.
Get one of them pickaxes.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
무아몽중.
Don't generate none of that atomic consequences nonsense. That's very rude.
But wow.
Makes him very weak and sad. He can't be having that.
그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추게. 그게 체격이시. 이제 밝혀주마. 풍 속에서.
지키기 위해서.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
감독 확보.
이야.
아비규환.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Finish this fight. I find it most distasteful. They need to be killed already.
그려낸 대로. 이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
No, come on.
그려낸 대로.
이런 편안한 식사 시간.
Finish the job.
다 함께 밥을 먹었습니다.
The whole dungeon where we're being parried by a mega leveled man. Final boss, baby. Let's go. How bad can it be?
알고 침식도 양호.
Worse than you'd think.
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of my plans. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now that all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in the there? You should know this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guesstimate, is it? I expect to find Yang in there. Yanup was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Estor, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably? Never you have spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Jan wasn't like that. Jan. I still believe that Salapio Argon Industries deserves to die. Segs? I see. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want to be the place where I could cut away the avaricious corruption. Have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. Here we go again. Welcome
What?
welcome to H-Torp 2.0.
Hey, nothing wrong with a little impossible delusional ideals every now and then.
If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplement the current S-Torp. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river, flown to where the currents take it. Where the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made me a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved fate. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to S-Torp, where I had once fled. I let the blade sink my inner thoughts. You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Torp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hoped that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of S-Torp once it was time for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. And in my path. And stem the flow of the river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a criminal deserving of death by beheading. I am Young, second ordinate of the Southland official of the sword and military commissioner to rule court shall uphold this demand and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Before they propagate. That's a lot of skills on there. About use a pattern made of single point skills. This. Now all the skills are flashing and not letting them have any freebies. Begin.
감상은 어떤가요?
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라.
I'm not taking the most DPS out of Radia, but fine. Your single coins do not frighten me.
Say we do.
You're probably right. We'll see. We'll have to see how this fight goes.
It will be struck into.
Once we get Furioso off, we kill him.
집까지 찾아오는 불청객들 때문에 매번 문단속을 시키는데도 자꾸만 깜빡합니다.
which still is not being splashed. Nah. Do this.
그대는 어디까지
이
가고
순간이
있을지.
다 되어내리라.
찢어 발겨주마.
Get shielded, idiots. I mean, this wonderful team.
전탄격발.
Luckily, real people are more dangerous than distortions usually. We can win.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
나비 교환.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
In the next one.
In the next one.
Guard up, Radia. Get. Use a little bit of ego.
감상은 어떤가요?
Wanna use up that sanity.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어간다.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
이연.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
알아. 오느라 힘들었지? 여기서 잠깐 쉬어. 쳐다만 봐도 따스해질 테니까.
The homeland.
예술적이네요.
Hit her with that. And I want you to do that.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
I didn't even fucking check how the flashes
이
were.
순간이 다
Oopsie fucking daisy.
되어내리라.
Oh well, surely this won't go horribly.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 베어내고
갈고리가 쉽게 돌아간다. 어렵지 않게 연료를 뽑아낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Oh, she suddenly got a bunch of sanity. That's fucking what
공력을
happened.
저지하기엔
당근의
작업수 모자라지.
혹시 그 자체였다.
7 앞으로 둘
Very rude. Mount Ladulahan, my heat cliff. Wild Hunt, activate, please.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
죽어들어오기 방금 말을
유라니야.
말려
달릴 시간이.
그냥 평소의 쓰레기입니다.
Anything we're not flashing with? Not flashing with everything. You're flashing with the wrong skill, boyo. You have any fucking karmic consequences? I
얼음을
swear if you
펴보으려
now. Get closer to your unlock. That. $500 for not a lot. I saw something. I thought I saw like a bug fly on my screen, and it was just like, no, I'm just insane.
Oh, it's the cockroach. He's come back.
The cockroach.
이 순간이 다
Damn it, kid.
되어
You won the clash.
불사이군 몰아치는 것을 처절한 원문
거기서 지켜보시죠.
지키기 위해서
아홉째 완료.
Evaded like a warrior. The Furioso is here.
이런 평안한
Time to really hit it hard.
시간도 보이지 않습니다. 내일 밤은 모조리 이런 청소부들의 시간이 될 것 같군요.
He attacks. Yep. Really? We almost have Mr. Man. Let's see how this
그대는
goes.
어디까지
이
가고
순간이
있을지.
다 베어내리라
did they get staggered? Yes. 요리였어.
제한 종료.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
지키기 위해서
나라이도 이 상처를 기억할지.
일찍 끝나겠군. 이런 걸 보면 단축의 예술. 끝을 알 수 없던 엄마가
I do
선택한
believe we shall finish the
최선의
job.
방법이었을지
Mr.
모르겠어.
Bamboo added Gim. Not as powerful as I recall. To get weighed down by the brand. I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Barely, they appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath. Seeking in here, is he?
I'm glad I could, deafen while I was doing this work because I thought the operator I was talking to cackled like a mad witch for a second. I was like, oh, that's you. I was like, oh no, what did I do? Scared the shit out of me.
Can you afford to look away in a duel?
Oh, hold on.
What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? You have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the Minotaur of the Syndicate and a military commissioner of the S-Corp is neck-to-neck clash after clash. The two warriors eventually locked their blades unconscious of might before it comes to a close in the final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the Minotaur lies in the sand, dead. That is what you want, I granted. Good. Let's finish this. This has been getting ready for their final bout. Aimdu leaped in between them. Aimdu, are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I'm scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity. To live my days as though I had failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in my mission, my honor, my fellows. Though my path is haunted by ghosts. As though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was blind to the realities of my homeland? I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust me like a fool like me. I watched my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere at dawn. Isn't it about time I admitted that the game cannot be won that Mentor? The weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. The weakness in your heart has become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellow. Thing too. Now you're here to talk me and to keep on living. And your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use in its use today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities, ass Nanovi. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you have cast upon your own shoulders? None of us have ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. Yes, I am winning. If the shame does not subside, still, then shroud your faces with that bamboo head of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. When the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet, there is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Ah, indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Once did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Indu and Imgong were knocked away from bamboo-headed Kim, as though bounced off by an invisible force. Is he distorting again? Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. Oh God, is he? It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one, indeed. I did not wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both? It seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems, I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves. Allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by the sound, as you say. We never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorted. I think that... Oh, is he... Is it ego? In efflorescence, perhaps? Nothing is for certain indeed, the fucking bell. Yet I trust the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I'll take what encouragement I can. That strange and visual pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Yon, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her. I saw that weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. To hide from the heaven's days, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veil, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So, with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, through winds and rain may rage I shall not throw. Hi to me, bamboo-headed one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? Have to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world. There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
일꾼들이 다 함께 불을 먹었습니다. 어머니의 기쁨, 벌써부터 느껴지는 것만 같습니다.
End. The photographs rapidly pulled away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms were pulled away, that remains is a man in a dirty, ragged cloth. The fathoms of Estorp slowly lose grip on this world. Soon reveal the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets and their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. Why are your lives, our lives, our experiences? You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and an ass? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower and feel just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchase experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, in my life, and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life. Those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real things. That's why you are all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. The experiences. The reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Merceau's face. I reflected upon the events of the day, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Merceau. Huh? A figure materialized into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, swirling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of the fathoms created within a distortion space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet fate, does she low? It must be the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accursed one, for these are your crimes. A crime of fomenting chaos in the foreign wing while impersonating Shinokums of Salt Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salt Industries downtrodden is a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree, pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused to be sentenced to death by beheading. Before we even had a chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docudraffer's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the Fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say, yes. Jong Up is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Indian's shape slowly phases out of reality. We found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No, wait, don't tell me the headless corpses. We found a large group of injured Intorp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docudraffer. Pling! Very good. This is probably the last node. The subject. Yeah, right on, gotcha. Team leader? That's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Plugging our radio back in, Ezra commended us and are relieved, boys. The distortion has perished in the mission. That not cause trouble. Oh yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could have helped. Who would have thought that the distortion would have killed its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Nope, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from Incorp. Not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked at Undone and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now, I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of the mission in my book. The point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. And gosh, I swear I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. As seeing that the responsibility of looking after LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? She really finally just lost the hero worship onto. Would you mind releasing the hymns of my sleeves? Oh, but I wouldn't give the lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had like faded, and Undu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms. It seemed to me that these two were back to more relaxed selves. I knew. I can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released. Phew, you're giving me a hard shake. I don't feel so good. Dang none. I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hymn release, allow me to reiterate that. Stop! My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. I at least disintegrated. That's a fun fact to slip in there, Dolo. That is certainly a fun fact to say in chat. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me, I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, it's just what happened the last time I let you do that. You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. I just had it, and it's so good. I see. And by now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I felt to ask thee a clarification, if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the in-corpse hidden frame team, the foes had taken photographs of us? And? They are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who hath violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why they had to come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? It's Fireball, Whiskey... Fireball, Cinnamon Whiskey, Liqueur, Miltimisian. I see, it's a cocktail. Fucked up cocktail. Recording footage is a taboo in Incorp. Meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photograph. I see. And also fucking people. And my words hold water. Most puzzling, forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question for Mayor. So, given how often I had to rely on him for information Mercer had provided me in the mission, I think I've gotten to practice of phrase questions the right way to pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on the matters, but since he seems to have near photographic memory of what he'd seen, or so, You remember how many pictures of us the Entorp staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for such a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistical likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us louder and louder. What the heck? Entorp. Aw, dang it. Are you here because we beat up so many of your guys? Listen here, we had to, because of the distortion, see? As you said, the skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customary damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging in this battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle. We intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on a different business. So if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business. They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Merso. Let's hear the Wait, what? Merso did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of Entorp employees. Please confirm that you are Merso, formerly one who nails, and former member of the maintenance and management team at Grand Mnestic headquarters. Formerly one who nails? Oh boy. Confirmed. By decree of the Giants, you are to be expelled from Entorp with imprisonment as penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have been informed that remaining in Entorp for more than 6 hours may be subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Confirmed. Very well then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Merso? Merso, who stood calmly, with his arms behind his back as the Entorp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question, more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I did say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just replied, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are now considered a suspect and will be transported to Entorp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization a suspect is part of? Or denies your arse? What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize Entorp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as contract engaging in battle with the city's corporations and entities, is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite your calm and controlled explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at Entorp's employees. So where are you taking it? Retrieval will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mayor Sultan into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Mayor So, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have been seen out of place on any ordinary day. And that was the end of the Intervallo. The end of Mnestic Experience, and just enough points to get me into this new Honglu ID.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
Haven't I warned you already? Jump as high as a mine fleet cannot escape with a hand closing it. Take a nice little gander at our fella. Didn't need to do my mirror dungeon. Not in a rush now. That was a pretty fun event. You called for me. A runaway blank the hunt. What do you do? Lead, alright, Bloy's build. Just seems like a bleed ID. Nothing crazy. But, that is everything. This went on long enough. Maybe I should do a reflection railway another time. I do need to beat that, but I'm not in the mood. I wonder, does the rental team... Nah, it's just Envy. I can run that team without being a rental. Let's raid out. Find somebody to raid out to.
Raiding time.
It's raiding time.
Waiting time.
Raiding. Let's raid out Renard Cross. Get it for an hour and a half, so you know. Let's spoil in your bones. Fair warning. Not many. But I thank you everyone who was here. I hope you all had a good night. I hope you had a good time. Love you all. Bye bye.
Bye bye.